Dave mentioned the BluderFlies. Dave mentioned the BluderFlies. From the original Necro Skull. Might model them for this game. Was thinking that a nice item would be a jar, because you could shrink down all sorts of AI and put it in there with a stick and a leaf. Could also make the jar giant. I'm in Discord. Could stop at Walgreens if you wanted and pick up my sub. Bubba! No, it's not. I just turned around and saw you doing it. Trying to put that thing back together. Yep, you're right. I didn't see what I just saw. Maybe in the last couple seconds. Maybe that when I literally said it, she was doing it. I believe you about that. But what I'm saying is, you've been jostling that thing around for the last 5 minutes. It's driving me nuts.
Hello?
Hello.
raining. Got a Dolch in this game. Yeah.
Oh, so wait, are the guns in Hunt real guns?
This isn't called the Dolch, but they're based on real guns. They're not called the same. There's a real life counterpart, and there's not always like a perfect, you know. It might be like an amalgam of two real guns or something, or like a real gun, but not perfect.
Yes, sweet. That should be good.
Oh my god, I hate computers so much. God damn it. Why?
What's going on now?
I don't know. Games hate HDR. They'll just turn it off all the time.
It does seem like you get weirdly punished, like just from hearing you and Marcus talk about it. It does seem like weirdly punishing to have nice graphics things. Because like no one seems to design their game to consider it because you're such an outside audience. Maybe, I don't know. That's not why, but...
line these all up at once or something.
It's locked.
Okay, there's one. It's not an order thing, it's
Do you want this? I'm gonna throw it away.
what?
Do you want this? I'm gonna throw it away.
I'll get later. I'll wrap it up. Name with not bacon grease.
Shit. You're like 12 hours.
And it's a little vacation.
Okay. Come on.
Need help? Are you sure? Do you have groceries?
I'd say. You. No? That one's definitely right. This one. Oh, I see it now. Ah. Flash that. I hate this boat. I don't want to ride the boat anymore.
No good.
Puedes correr, pero no te puedes esconder. Sé que estás ahí.
The accuracy on this thing is horrible, though.
Twisty son of a bitch. Here you go.
Ow, where the fuck do you come from? You come real fast.
You're serious.
Okay, cool. Parry.
Ahí va eso.
Ow, fuckers.
Keep coming.
Good, you're on fire. Oh. Not enough on fire.
David. Your dad is literally cleaning up.
What?
Your dad is cleaning up.
Ready? More out of the way. It's under here.
son of a bitch.
Te voy a dar.
Fine.
Ahí va. ¡Ahí va eso! ¿Qué coño? ¡Ahí va eso!
I see you took care of her. A job well done deserves payment in kind. I've got something new for you, mate. We like our herbs, we do. Heal a man, kill a man, they do it all. Got a selection of good things on sale, stranger. I'll buy almost anything that's to come back. Any... time. Welcome. Your valuables won't do you much good in the grave. This is what I'm talking about. Fine work. We're starting to get an idea of your tastes, friend. A decent size, but size ain't everything, am I right? Wish your enemies sweet dreams from afar, with a bullet straight through their heads. Information is a commodity these days. Nice work. Anything else I can help you with? A well-tuned weapon can make up for a lack of skill, friend. What's that? How have we a wise choice. I know, I say that a lot, but I mean... Don't get yourself killed now. Welcome. Ooh, what you buying? Ruby's all rub, a deal well struck. This kind of work is about finesse, stranger. Little bit goes a long way. You'll see. Will that be all then? Pleasant travels. Oh, nothing but the finest wares.
There are enough weapons here to get a party going. Condor 1 to Roost. I found the key to the church.
Copy that. Now go get Baby Eagle.
Right. No time to chat. I'm going in. Condor 1 out.
Oh god. Okay. That was easy actually. Add keys. Dude.
think about getting your cats, building your cats stuff to climb on all over your house, Dave?
Yeah, all the time.
I will help you
Think
do
about
it
that.
if you want to do it. I want to do it for Leela, but we don't own this house. We're gonna get her a catio instead,
It's a catio.
like a cage with a bunch of
Oh, one of those things that you can just outside area
yeah.
cage. Yeah.
The hell is going on here?
So in the rune game, do all the runes have like a counterpart? Is that how it
Yeah,
goes?
they have, so they don't, it's not a different rune per se, but
Just an opposite orientation of it, like a flip
yeah,
of it or
yeah,
something?
something
Just something
like that,
opposite.
yeah.
So would like fire and ice work under that? Or no?
I
More
had
like
fire. I have a fire one. I might end up doing ice. Yeah. I did a fire thing that like burns
light and
grass.
dark. Fire and ice, light and dark. I'm trying to think of opposites that would.
They don't necessarily need to be opposites. They just need to be like properties of the same thing. So let me look at back to my. List of so we have grow, shrink, duplicate / combine, track / repel, stasis / accelerate. They are kind of opposites. Well, not always.
Kind of should. I like that they are because it gives a player a logic that they could follow. It's not just like, oh, this is just going to do something random. It's like, I kind of guess what this might do, and that could help out with puzzles and shit.
I mean, we have sight and blind, which is kind of light and dark. We have, I have fire and ice as a question mark. I'm not totally sure I want to use it just because originally I had the fire as like a reason. When it was going to be a farming game, I thought, oh, it'd be neat because these fruits, when you if you drop them, when you're taking them off the trees, they roll into the grass. It's really hard to see them. So it'd be cool if you could burn away the grass and find them again really easily. That'd be a very useful thing for the fire. But I'm not sure, you know, what, in the current iteration of the game, where it's not really a farming-based thing, what use fire and ice really have.
Puzzle solving shit.
Yeah.
Okay, we don't really know what the rest of the game looks like, right? It's just an exploratory puzzling game, right? You just explore and puzzle, and travel and explore.
Travel and explore. Find out what runes do, learn new runes in the environment.
And is it a reagent system? Has that been decided yet, or just you activate them?
So Marcus had this idea that I liked, where like, you could be touching anything living, basically. So like you grab a fruit and then like suck the life out of it, and like, you know, it would all wither down, and that would like give you your drawing juice. I tweaked it a little to where I was saying like you should just be able to draw as much as you want, and then, you know, you should be able you should have to be to draw and then cast to activate the rune. And I was thinking
life just activates the rune.
Yeah, life activates the rune. So I think that's.
And it's just any life. There's no like system of, or what if I guess there was a system of like, I don't know. I guess it doesn't make sense in a system that doesn't have like elemental. Like when a lot of the earlier talks of this idea were happening, I had envisioned something like using something fire-based reagent-wise to start a fire spell. But if it's like grow and shrink, I don't know. That wouldn't really translate.
Yeah, I figure like the elemental stuff. I'm like I basically want to take this whole idea like to Necroskull, but I think Necroskulls can be more. It's more of it. It's not a survival game, right? There's no hunger or whatever, but it is more of a survival game in that there'll be stuff to find, and I mean there'll be stuff to find in this game, but the properties of them, you know, I don't picture this as a game where you're ever eating something, for example. Even if you don't have a hunger meter and a Necroskull, I always pictured that eating stuff would give you bonuses.
Mm-hmm. I guess in Necroskull it could be like fire berries or something.
Yeah, stuff like that. I think that, like,
So what living things?
Like fruits, plants, I guess. Like trees, you could touch a tree. And trees are just kind of like an interesting one because they give you a lot of power. But
so is there like any trade-off then to using it? Like, if you lose a tree, or is it just purely like aesthetic? Like, oh, you killed a tree to do this. Not like, oh, I'm sacrificing this tree that I could use for something else.
I do want there to be, I want
some sort of give and take.
Yeah, I want there to be the two themes that I really want to work into the game are like the interpreting signals from the gods thing and maybe misinterpreting them, and how dangerous that is in this world, and I was thinking of something like...
Oh, what about if the amount of juice, like life juice, something takes? Like, if you had just a berry, it'd be kind of weird if you get the same result out of a berry and like an entire
as a tree, right? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I agree. That's what I thought. That's what I was saying. Like trees would be a good one because they're like high power source, right? You get a lot out of them, but they're not. You can't walk around with one. I could take a berry off the tree and take it somewhere else with me, so it's less power, but it's more mobility. I could use it elsewhere. But I was like a lot of survival type games, even though this is not a survival type game, but like are all about conquering your environment, and I want this much like in Outer Wilds. I want you to always feel like the environment is dangerous, and I want you to feel. The temptation would be like, oh, to make the player feel more powerful as he gets more runes, but I want there to be like a cost to what you're taking from nature and like some sort of price to pay. Basically, I haven't worked out it
Also,
yet.
I see the power growth thing. This would be more like, oh, now I see what's available to me now. Really here,
Yeah.
like what I can use, like what I can touch and like, expend to cast different spells.
Knowledge is the power, but knowledge comes at a cost. Is the sort of thing I would like to go for. I said that to Marcus and he didn't say anything back, so I'm not sure he's crazy about that theme, but I like it. In movies and stuff, it's kind of an overdone thing, but I feel like it's kind of underdone in
What
games.
specifically? Say it again.
Like the idea that with all this stuff you're taking from nature and with all this knowledge you're gaining, it comes at some kind of a cost to you as the player character.
Mm-hmm.
Like
usually in games, it's like, hey, make this real clear-cut choice. Choose the good option or bad option type thing. Whereas this would be more like, hey, you really want to do the bad option, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, kinda. But also, I can't see how the player could progress without choosing it, so I don't even think of it as a...
And you kind of have to. That's also part of the, like, sometimes maybe utilitarianism, just like
I did always have
a little bit of Machiavellian.
Yeah, so,
shit.
like when I had I had my idea for the Monster Hunter game, Lovecraftian type game, where it would be like a Monster of the Week type of thing, and it would be like every episode of Supernatural or a show like that for like the first beginning part, and then you'd run into like a real monster, like a real Lovecraftian horror type monster, and the player character would be like, I don't want to continue, and he'd doubt himself very much, and you'd have the option to just stop right there. But of course, you're the player, so you'll push him forward to see the end of the game. But I could do something. We could do something similar with that here. God, this fucking animator is infuriating. I hate this so much. Unity. How to turn off rotation.
Oh, there's a weird wolf with very big teeth.
Oh, you're kidding. Hey, present for you. All right. Sorry, must have slipped.
god. What's that? Yeah, I'm done.
Notice this?
What?
Yeah.
the stench of battle on you, mate. Welcome. Ooh, what you buying? Ruby's all rubbish. You might want to take care of any leftover errands before going this way. Be ashamed to live the rest of your life, won't you?
Shit. Gloria a las plagas. Jesus Christ! God damn, you're a big boy.
Oh, he's ripping the house apart. Oh, fuck, he hit me with a house. Oh, don't have to shoot him in the back, I think. Yeah. Oh, he threw it at me. Hey. Looking nice. This back doesn't seem to be hurting him.
Come on. You got worms too?
Very angry. Can you go between your legs? Yep. Go, go. More eggs. There's the wolf I saved. 0.
Hey, it's that dog.
Can I like climb up him?
Wanna help? Because I could use it.
Oh. Oh, that's handy.
That's what I'm talking about. Good boy.
Ow. Deep egg. We're fine.
God damn. That was almost a pancake. Okay. Let's get to that church.
Thanks, Wolf, wherever you are. Oh, there you are.
Thanks, bud.
Hop back here and save.
Oh, break's over, I suppose. Welcome. Ooh, what you buying? I'll buy almost anything. Thank you. Thank you. Anything else I can help you with? Come back. Any welcome. deal well struck. See how that feels, mate. Fellow like yourself should notice the difference right away. Try that on for size. This kind of work is about finesse, stranger. Little bit pleasant travels.
Ashley Graham! I'm here to help.
I have no fucking clue what I'm doing here. Oh, I just have to complete it. Oh, I need the last one. That makes sense. Ooh. Oh man, look at the lighting. I'm doing a stained glass puzzle. And all the light is, there's just a bunch of stained glass on them. Thanks, ray tracing. Where's the blue one? There it is. Trying to run around in this stained glass lighting.
Ashley, you in there? Ashley. Ashley Graham, are you in here?
Just let me go.
Listen. Easy with that. My name's Leon. I'm hearing the president's orders and that went well. Hey, it's dangerous outside. You need to listen to me.
What is that? Over there?
Pursue them. The lost lambs are escaping.
Perseguirles.
Deliver unto them salvation.
do?
Your father trusts me. And I need you to trust me too. And do exactly as I say. I'm gonna get you home safe.
Okay. Okay, Leon.
All right. Let's get the hell out of here.
Okay. Seriously? Just bought this.
Get the ladder.
Me? Okay.
Alright, how do you think this looks? Let me share my screen here. Oh, you are gone. How are you not in the channel but you're still streaming, it looks like to me? Oh well.
Hello?
Oh, hello.
No.
I was just thinking that I was about to leave because Dave just left like 2 seconds ago.
I just figured out I was gonna just work on the line renderer, but nothing specific.
Well, I did a grab animation too now, but I'm not as happy with it. It's so look how dumb. Actually, you're seeing my screen, right? So you're seeing
Yeah,
the
it
whole
does look
animation.
super dumb.
Yeah. So I made it originally. I made it just 2 floating arms, right? But if
Mm.
I do that, I can only ever import one animation from Mixamo because I can't. So if I do it as 2 arms, to import a second animation, I need to rig it as humanoid so that it understands the skeleton. But in order to rig it as humanoid, I can't. It needs. So even though I deleted I left the skeleton in, and it still can understand the animations perfectly well. So clearly, it has some understanding of the skeleton. Um, if I leave it as generic and not if I turn to humanoid from generic, it'll be like, you are missing a upper left thigh. You can't do this. So I can only ever import one animation at a time. Now when we make our own animations, that won't matter anymore because they'll all come in with
Yeah.
the model. But like, for now I have to do it this stupid looking way. Also, what was the whole reason behind? I remember. So you turned the drawing to 2 buttons. It was the reason behind that. Eventually was going to be like so that you could
Multiple
do
lines.
multiple
Yeah.
lines with picking it up, right? Yeah.
Yep. No.
No, I'm tiny. Also, becoming tiny entirely breaks the animations and big. I'm gonna have to figure out how to deal with that.
Yeah. Well, you could probably scale the like.
I mean, they are scaling
It's
with it,
also
but I don't know why. But they just get like slowly further away from the. Like if I
can
do
you
it.
put the camera on the?
Yeah, hold on. Actually, it's too big. Let's make us decently small. They're scaling with it, but it still changes the.
The camera position doesn't seem to be
Yeah, it's the camera is
adjusting.
intersecting with it. Oh, yeah, okay, yeah. Well, shouldn't it though? It's part of the same object.
Camera doesn't scale, right? It's always going to be the same. It's
Yeah, I
just
guess the view isn't scaling. The position the position is changing, but the view size is not changing, right?
like probably my guess would be the depth, like its embedded depth might be what is wrong. Like, because that's what it looks like, it's cutting things off, right? So it needs to be pushed back further or something. Now, could be. Who knows? There's something about the camera, though. Whatever fixed would be fixing the camera.
What does it look like if I'm giant? It only actually happens when I'm small, huh? It works perfectly well when I'm big. That bird. Holy shit.
But just make picking stuff up just left click without right click.
I could do that.
Then then they don't overlap.
I mean, it's the same thing now. It's just right click without left click. I actually kind of like it on right click, personally.
Oh, but left click makes more sense to me because it's just the intuitive interact button.
But I definitely, what I wanted originally was to have, or what I want eventually actually is to have two different animators, one for each hand, so that what you're doing with the one hand might, like, here's a question. Do we ever want the player to be able to pick something up and draw at the same time? Like, I could see a thing where I pick this up, right, and like hold down the draw button and then like maybe middle mouse wheel and then it spins and I draw on it or something like that.
Maybe. Feels weird, but because it feels like a lot of buttons you have to press.
Or we could just I mean the grab is a toggle, remember? I don't have to hold it.
Yeah.
But like well, I'm totally fine with just having them be mutually exclusive. That's fine. And if they are going to be mutually exclusive, then I guess there is no reason not to put it on the left button. Anyway, I'll be back in a minute.
We should if people can pick up stuff by like levitating it, we should put like the levitation symbol on the person's hand.
Oh yeah. Yeah, but then that calls into question like I think of more like telekinesis than levitate, because if it's levitate, then what's happening when you? Well, I guess you. I'm also. We said at one point like that the only spell that's not gonna work on the player is the duplicate because of your clone.
Yeah, I agree. I still think that it should be the case.
But I think that I do think that like we should disallow the player. The only thing that's confusing about that is like the player might then think, am I supposed to like draw on myself somehow, or like diegetically maybe, like an unspoken rule I feel like is runes will, runes in the world will affect you, but there is no way to draw on yourself. And I think if I saw that, I might think, oh, at some point I'm going to be able to draw on myself. Or is there a way to do that without blah 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 blah? I do like the idea diegetically though.
Maybe you just have to give the player like an item that does it. We just need a diegetic reason why they can levitate stuff.
Just give them a weird. I did. I still love the idea of Dave and Jeff making two different hands and not talking to each other. Like maybe
like they're stitched together from multiple
yes, I thought about this. So I thought about like what if you've been combined and duplicated, but then the combine and duplicate can't work on you, like story wise, right?
Yeah.
And I definitely did want to have like a Bug Snacks moment where you turn your hand into a banana or something.
There could be something neat with that. Like if we do have the combined spell allow that to work on you, we can just make the hands what gets combined. And then you have to go step on your split thing to be able to cast again.
I was thinking like should we have should all runes eventually wear off, or should there be like a cleanse rune? Because I was thinking about this with the grow and shrink, is like the shrink, like once you start growing and shrinking yourself, it's really hard to find what is supposed to be the actual size of your player again. And Dave was like, oh, well, just make it wear off, or like make like a cleanse rune.
You can make it wear off. You can make it that you're only grown in that symbol, like it'll shrink you once you leave it. which would be an interesting limitation for puzzle design.
Yeah, I think you're only growing to that symbol. I was thinking, I like the wearing off thing because it allows for timing-based puzzles where like you have to get through
Yeah.
this little crevice and this little maze of a crevice before you grow big again and suffocate in there.
Yeah, that is. It does give you more openness.
Also,
One's just a more constraint or more openness. It's their
are
value either
raycasts
approach.
are raycasts like really are raycasts really like intensive because I can draw as many of the other runes as I want, but like each of the triangles has 3 raycasts, and as soon as I get to like 5 or 6 of them, my frame rate noticeably drops.
Raycasts are generally like discouraged.
Also,
Like
this
you
bird
shouldn't
is
be
doing.
raycasting unless you have to. But like also remember that game with my the thief game I was working on with the vision cone? That was with
I was gonna
something like
say
100
that was
raycasts.
I was gonna say
Yeah.
like I saw you do so many raycasts coming out of that guy, and
Yeah.
it seems like I
And they're
have way
dynamically
less.
defined.
But I'm not
Yeah.
sure if you can tell because they may be streaming at a lower frame rate. But my frame rate has already dropped a decent amount. Not sure what is causing it.
Can you just turn off that component of the rune? There's lots of debug raycasts going on too. Maybe that's what part of it.
That might be it. Yeah. Let's try turning those off. So I don't
You
really
can
need
just
them
turn
right
off
now.
gizmos, I
But I
think,
think that the
altogether. And
triangles are looking pretty all right now. We're always getting 3 points. They're always going out.
did you make any changes?
I did. The only thing I did was so the thing with them repeating was literally just because I had an extra debug message in there on accident. So we're getting around the exact number we want, except for sometimes the triangles are just too flabby, like the edge is just not sharp enough and it's not going into the negative. So I just turned that number
Yeah,
up
that's
to
what I see here.
0.5 and it seems to work pretty fine. Now we do sometimes get multiple hits, like more than we're expecting, but
That's
it
something we might be able to do with the distance thing.
it actually doesn't
Like
really
just
matter though. Like they still seem to be placed in the right place. Like we get an error message like, "Oh, you've overflowed this, array or whatever we were."
we could cause it to break out of the search once it hits its thing.
Well, with that, then if it gets that, I actually think that might cause it to not put the that could.
No, because if it's
Oh wait, we're not putting them in a list.
array. If it's an array and that's what we're doing in an array, then it is well 100%.
We're not putting them
matter.
into a list and then sorting and then finding the top 3 anymore, right? That was an old
No,
way.
we're putting them into, all we're doing is we're going across the point, and if it is that negative dot product, we're putting it in a position in an array, and then incrementing the array counter.
See, this is what we get. Index is outside bounds of array. But like also
Looks like it only happens. Well, I guess it stops, but yeah, I mean it effectively does a break, but like it's because like when it breaks, when that happens, it's gonna break out of the loop anyway. Yeah, right. So it effectively does the same thing. It does a break, but
is there any way that could fuck anything up though? I mean, we're just using it to get those points, right? So
it shouldn't. So all you do is just say if if those points are greater than, or if the counter is greater than 3, or greater than, or if the counter is greater than 2, stop looking. That wouldn't be in the gizmos. That would be somewhere in the actual find the points code.
I was gonna turn off the the drawn raycast. That's here, isn't it?
Just make a boolean. Go well. Yeah, what I would do is I'd make it conditional, like just do like if debug draw is true, draw these gizmos, otherwise don't, and then set it to false. But that way, if you want to see what's going on, like look at something, you can just click the rune and then turn the debug to true, and then you'll be able to see it
If I
again.
set it to false up in the where you're declaring everything, and then in the editor I set it to true, will it turn it back to false every time it runs, or
Only if you if you set it to true in the you will never be able to set it to true in outside of play mode. So no, it'll stay false always, because unless you mess with it in the code, because this code is not accessible from until a rune exists. You know what I mean? And a rune will never exist
Oh yeah,
until you
yeah.
draw it.
I know what you mean.
But in general, if you had it on something that did exist in the room in edit mode, and you changed it in edit mode, it would stay that way in edit mode, and only would take on the new false for a new instance of that script being attached, a component being attached.
All right, let's see if this helps.
You can just set it to false in the. Well, you want it to be public, because you want to be able to touch the rune. So make it a public bool equals false.
Wait, what do you mean I want to be able to touch the room?
Or touch the or change the component in game. So like now, save that.
Oh, to see if the frame rate drops. Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah, well, not even to see if the frame rate drops, but you want to be able to like the point of keeping those is that you can debug it later. Like so now, draw a rune and then click on it in the magic farm, or in the what was the fucking thing, the hierarchy, the inspector hierarchy. So like draw any rune, I guess that triangle rune. Now it shouldn't be debugging those. Now click on the rune, find that thing, and click that, and now it should draw those. Yeah. So that you can turn it off. So if you get weird behavior, like this is just a general debugging paradigm.
This is
Oh,
just
but
the
we have those
points,
set to
though.
infinity, don't we?
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah, so we could set that timing to be not infinity. Just set it to any number, because it doesn't really matter. It could just be 0.1, because it's going to redraw it every time.
That's gonna make the
0.1.
is that what it's doing anyway when it's on infinity, or like let's just set it
Yeah, that actually might be why the frame rate's dropping, honestly, is because it's constantly drawing multiple rays with infinity duration. So that might just have been a bug that I didn't think about. 0.1f or something, right?
What's going on here? Not recognize it? No, it did.
The worker failed, so just restart it. Restart the game, because the old you like when you update code while the game's still running, the worker
Oh,
can
did
fail.
I have it playing still? Okay.
Yeah.
Also, when I did that before, the skybox turned gray for a second, and I started to get really angry. It was immediately after that shader thing happened too, so I was already angry. And and then I just restarted it, and the skybox fixed itself at least.
Yeah. Yeah, it sucks too, because it could have saved you a lot of time. It's just on that little prefab.
I mean, it only took me like 15 minutes because I had recorded. I just had to. The only thing is I didn't want to restart my stream,
Yeah.
and then I did anyway so that I could go back and look. If I had YouTube running, all I'd have to do is go to my YouTube stream and fucking rewind it, because you could do that on YouTube but not on Twitch. But
Click on the rune, and
yeah.
that seems like a thing that you should happen. I know you and Dave said that this is not like super. It's probably the other rune that you're looking at. It's not super desirable. All right, now turn it off and see if those go away. Yeah. Cool. Debug draws.
That is nice.
Yeah. But I still think it would be rad as hell if like Alex Brad and Vinny streamed independently to Twitch, and then Twitch let me build my own stream, build my own, like, gave me tools to build my own overlays and shit. Like, I wanna, so that I could switch back and forth between the views
I would
as I
love
would like.
that, but yeah, I would love that, but it just seems like it would be a lot of. Also, I need to fix where these are getting created. I think they're getting created on the exact corners, not on, not. I
The
need
new
them to be
points that we identified
like where they should be getting created is
is the
like
points that we identified, right?
yeah. I mean, I think they are right now. They're just rolling a little bit because
Oh, is that
it's
what's
a rigid
happening?
body, but like let's
You might have to duplicate it on the other one
go
then.
onto an active one. What happens if I duplicate a duplicate? I've never done this before.
Do you have anything that marks it as duplicate on the object itself?
No. It'll say clone though after it in the hierarchy over here.
Gotcha.
Let's see, it's got is moving a slight little bit. Let's get you moving very slowly. Slowly roll in there. Now you're in. Boom. Boom. Why is
I
it
didn't see
getting?
where this appeared, but it doesn't seem to be appearing on the points
Oh,
that we
also
defined.
it's really hard to tell right now actually because I didn't think about this. I have to turn their rigid bodies off because while they're being created, they're created at the time they disappear actually. They're just a million miles away falling in space. So they're probably picking up momentum from that. So it's actually really hard to tell where they're actually getting created.
Yeah, you could just turn off the rigid bodies. Yeah,
Actually,
like
yeah,
you
I could
said.
just do it with, yeah, let's turn the rigid body. And the thing that gets created from it should, oh, it just has clone now. So you can,
Yeah.
theoretically, I could tell how many generations something is by that. But let's turn off the rigid body.
Ugh.
All right, but actually now am I going to be able to pick it up? I'm
Well, you'll be
probably
able to
not.
drag it in the editor.
All right. Yeah, I can. Okay, so let's draw.
I think you're talking about you're looking at the different one. It wouldn't fall if it didn't have a rigid body. You're looking at
Oh,
the
that one's
wrong
just got
group.
yeah.
That one.
Yeah. Okay.
So, but you can just drag it with from the editor mode.
I can't remember what the colliders are actually colliding with either.
Oh yeah, actually, it might require a rigid body to. Oh well, apparently not. But there you go. Yeah, it seems to
So
be
this one seems
creating.
to be right, but I'm not sure why this one.
Well, they
So
don't seem to be actually on the point itself though. Like if you turn on the debug, we know where the exact point is. Like it should be on the exact point.
yeah. Well, it's not because it's trying to. The code as I originally wrote it was coming out from the middle of the triangle. And in order to like take into account the size of the triangle, initially I just took the distance from the center to where it got hit, and then placed the other ones at like whatever 360 divided by 3, 3 angles out from that distance from the center. So like that part never got changed when we don't, even though we no longer need to do that. So if I just turn that off, I think they will be being created at the points.
Yeah, that should be easy enough to like you have the points. It should be easy enough just to put them at the other points. Identify which one it's at and put them at the other ones.
Where do I
But
get
yeah,
that? Here, okay.
gotta figure out how to make my line render better. The triangles I'm making are like trying to figure out the best way to connect multiple lines is actually harder than I thought it would be. Not too terribly hard, but like I have a couple ideas, but it's just gonna take some testing.
Is it hard because you're having to use triangles? Is that what you said?
I mean, triangles are the way to do it, really. Like,
I'm just saying, I know of this way you can do a mesh. So like, there's this effect you can do on your mesh to have it drawn with quads instead of triangles, and
Oh, I know it has to be triangles because quads are fine, but they don't connect well on corners and shit. Like then you'd only be able to connect on the 4 cardinal directions well, right? So, like it looks fine. So I'll stream it real quick and show you what I'm talking about. It looks fine, but if you like right now I have everything super big, um, so you can see it. So I can see the issues better, but like you can see here, like these two these actually do define quads. Basically, I make quads out of triangles. Essentially, is how I do it. Um, but these are the actual points. The white parts are the points that you are actually drawing from and to. These are just so I know which corners are being drawn, which vertices are being drawn first when I draw a point, and I only do it on the first one just for convenience sake.
now I see
Um,
why you were talking about that you had to create 2 at the beginning.
Yeah. So because otherwise it needs a point to connect to. So basically, you'll notice like this is actually something I need to fix anyway. But like, so there's a one. Now this is a 1 point object. Oh well, shit. Actually, let me get the camera over here so you can see it a little better. It makes more sense with the camera. And let's delete these. All right. So single point object. You see where the point is, right? And
Mm-hmm.
then as I draw up, you get this weird thing where it looks like where now I'm drawing between the 2 points, but it looks like it went away. I can easily fix that, but it's just how to fix it and make it look right is the hard part. It's not as obvious too when like
Oh yeah, you're not using the
you're
internal line render anymore, right?
no, I'm not. This is my own line render.
I was gonna
It's
say.
not as obvious when the line is the thickness is smaller, but I have the thickness up really big right now so I can see what's going on. But you'll notice like so I need to make these connecting triangles to connect the edges so they don't so that it's not just a box here, and then a white spot, a black spot here. But like technically, if I look from this side, because these things can overlap. What I do basically is I define 2 squares and then I make a square between them defined by 2 triangles. But if they overlap, the square on the other side flips, and I get this thing, which isn't that big of an issue really, because you shouldn't be looking at it from this side ever.
Unless we
And
want people to
ideally,
draw
what
on
I would do,
glass, which would be
yeah,
neat.
ideally what I'll do is I'll probably wind up duplicating it on the other side anyway, right? I'll wind up duplicating, essentially making the vertices or using the same vertices and the same connections, but just reversing the order of the connections, because basically the order that you define the triangle in defines which way the triangle is facing. Like this is defined in the order of red, green, blue. So then that's why on this side you don't see that red, green, blue. So red's here, red, green, blue here, right? It doesn't show, um, but it does show here, red, green, blue, because it's defined in this clockwise fashion. Um, but this
Gotcha.
would be, if I look at it this way, it's counterclockwise, red, green, blue, and that's what tells you which way the triangle is facing, basically.
So wait, it
So
actually goes in
these,
like a Z pattern.
so the way it goes is red, green, blue. I think it goes blue, green, red, yellow. Effectively, it might go yellow or green,
Oh
yellow,
right, because
blue.
it's
It
2
doesn't matter.
triangles. It's not,
Yeah.
okay.
So it goes red, green, blue, blue, green, yellow. And then on this side, obviously, and that's what defines which way it's facing. So if I want the other side to show, all I need to do is define another triangle with the indices of red, blue, green, and then that'll show on this side. Right. So that's easy enough to do. But the problem, I don't like having these flipped over here because it means something's wrong and it means harder debugging later. Like I'm sure this will come up as an issue. So I'm just trying to fix this part where because like what happens is when these squares overlap, this corner, this blue corner, which should actually be over here, is actually past this. So the order gets fucked up and you wind up with this, right? If this blue corner was down here, it would actually be flipped the other way and it would look fine. So what I'm trying to figure out is the best way to basically approach making a line that looks smooth, like this kind of does. So, I want to keep this point here. That's the ideal goal. But what I'm thinking is probably the best alternative is to do something like this, where you'll start the first point, and ideally, if you're looking at one point, it'll have this. So I probably will. So right now, what I'm doing is I'm actually clearing these points and just redrawing them when 2 points occur. So what I'll do is I'll keep these original points, and then I think what makes sense is to just draw from the top of this one, or rather the top of this one, these 2 points to the end of here, and then all I need to do is actually add 2 vertices and an end cap kind of thing. But I need to figure out exactly. It's a little bit complicated of how exactly to connect everything. Because if I just keep the point around, let's say I was trying to connect these two things. If I was trying to connect this to this, I would need to figure out essentially which points are which ones are the ones I'm trying to connect. So I'd have to loop over every point and then find the closest point and then connect them, right? But that could look weird for something like this, like going that direction. It would look. Let me actually turn something off. It's easier to show a different way. Let's just turn this off. Turn this off. What else do I got? Turn off this off. Okay. So this should hopefully just paste quads at every point, and hopefully that gives a better idea of what I'm talking about. All right, let's get this over here so you can actually see me doing it. All right, so now we have 2 quads, right? It's just placing quads, no connection between them. So if I can't just connect this to the closest point, right? I don't think it makes sense because then you get this weird jarring, right? You'd have this connected to that connected to that, and that would look bad. So I think what I need to do is draw these 2 and then connect these 2, the yellow and red, to these 2 up here. Hopefully you can see my mouse.
Yeah, I see your mouse.
So I think what I need to do is actually connect yellow and red to the furthest points of the other 2.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yellow, but
but that was
what
still.
order they do? But I can't connect yellow to here and red to here. That would be bad. It needs to be yellow, so it's not the furthest from yellow. It's actually the third furthest from yellow, or the second furthest from yellow. It's a little weird.
And you want red to go to. Wouldn't you want red to go to the closest one to it? Because if it's going.
No, right? Because then you're gonna get this weird thing where if I connect red to here, right, then I get the weird skewing, right? It would look weird.
Maybe I'm misunderstanding, but I'm thinking you get the skewing if you go to the top right corner because then.
Well, so basically, I won't draw this triangle. I won't draw this as this. I will just draw a new triangle where the points are yellow, yellow, whatever this point winds up being, this point, red, this point, yellow. I guess the other way around.
Wait, so the second one?
So it'll be easier to show like this. So I will draw points from. That'll be a point. That'll be a point. And I'll basically draw this. That. And this point won't exist anymore.
Okay, so you'll get
And
rid
neither
of
will
that
this
one
one.
point.
Those 2
Okay.
will go away. So the green triangle won't show up anymore, and then I'll just draw that. But it's weird because I need this. I don't need the furthest point. I need the second to furthest point. Luckily, algorithmically, that's a constant amount of work. It doesn't scale with the number of points you have because you'll only ever be dealing with 2 quads. So it'll only be, so like there's a concept in computer science of like, don't worry about how much, like it doesn't matter, like a constant amount of work is better than work that scales with the number of points or whatever in a list. So like you could do 1,000 things, but as long as it's always 1,000 things, regardless of whether you have 1 point or 2 billion points, if it's still 1,000 things, it's actually a better algorithm because it's considered to be a better
That makes
algorithm.
sense.
So it's the general idea. So this is technically a constant amount of work. I would just be checking these 2 point or checking all 4 points to find which ones are the right ones really. Which ones are the ones I need to work with. But there's a constant amount of work there, whether what that amount of work needs to be. But I think that winds up making lines that just look a little better. And then I get to keep these points here as endpoints, you know? And so you don't get that weird disappearing of the first block, like that shifting of the first block when you make 2 blocks. And then eventually I could probably make this a circle defined by triangles, right? Where this is like a triangle, this is a triangle, this is a triangle,
Is there no way to
right?
just do a circle, a straight up circle?
Normally you define them as triangles, but like they're called triangle fans. Maybe Unity has an implementation for a circle, but normally not. If for a mesh, circles are triangles. Uh, Effectively, typically, at least in my experience. Maybe Unity has more advanced things, but basically, what I would do is find, you know, essentially only define the circle here, right, and then define lines up to these points here. Basically, so like if for 1 point you draw a circle, and then for 2 points you draw half a circle, a set of lines, and then you're connecting lines, right? And then if you wanted to, the only problem with this is that you could have sharp lines of this strategy is like if I define a point like this, here's my circle, right, my cap, and then I define a point over here, then my connections go like this, and I have these really wide, big, sharp edges. So ideally what I would do is somehow identify these sharp edges and cap them by making basically small circles on the corners that would look like this, right? And then have that go that way. And then this looks like essentially looks like a smooth edge.
Gotcha.
So stuff to do. These all look like droopy penises.
That I was gonna say it looks like a straw, but you thought what you thought.
Yeah, our heads are in just different spaces right now. I just got penises on my brain.
Gonna get her. Uh,
But yeah, I'm gonna work on this and hopefully have something, a full line render finished by the weekend, and then I can move on to some cooler stuff, like working on shaders or uh, programming some of the rune interactions and stuff.
so let me see here. Love you. Nope, I don't. I'm good. Yeah, that's fine. I'm good on McDonald's, so. Nope. Here's what's confusing me though, actually. So we're about the triangles.
Yeah, let me stop streaming it now.
We're drawing. So when we're doing this debug draw, we're using this is what I was asking about before. Like we're not putting that stuff into a list and ordering them anymore, but we're still drawing that.
Yeah, when you find that angle that satisfies the if statement of if less than 0, or in your case less than 0.5 or whatever, it just adds that point to this array, which
Does
is
it? I
just a
don't.
3-point array.
Where is that in this code?
Should do that. That's not. So you're in the duplicate. Oh, that's your custom check code, I guess.
This is my. This is
When you're debugging it.
because with this stuff was in this strategy, the distance.
Find the code that does that stuff. That does the stuff now. The most current code. There it is.
Oh,
So
okay.
there. Yeah, count. It's a much simpler algorithm, actually. We wound up with something much more elegant, which is nice. Had to dig through some, you know, shit to get to something nice. To some really ugly code to get to something that actually wound up being much simpler.
Why am I even? Is it all from this then? Here. Let's close all these. I guess we can get rid of these now.
I mean, if you're committing these and like documenting your commits well enough, you can find the old code pretty easily. Like,
Yeah, I don't know how well I'm documenting it, but it's there somewhere, right?
yeah, it'll always be there. We'll be able to find it. But that's like what gets really, one of the best things about Git is not what it's really for. It's really for, uh, just, I mean, at its base level, it's just that you don't lose shit. But, it's one of the best parts of Git is that if as you commit stuff, you commit with like a detailed description, you can get rid of shit completely
And
and
actually, we
not have to
don't use
worry.
this anywhere anymore either, right? Because this was just in
Yeah, you can see it
this.
says 0 references there on the top above it.
Okay.
That tells you
This also
this one
says,
has 0 references, but this is being picked up from a different outside script in Unity. That's one reference. That one has 0 references, but again, stuff like start, update, that stuff is gonna get picked up by other classes, so that's why they don't have specific explicit references.
alright. So when we're choosing. So really, these should just be. Let me think about this. How to figure this out from which raycast is hitting it now.
I mean, the brute force way is just to loop over each of the points and find the one that's closest to the origin of the raycast.
Yeah.
But if your raycasts are drawn, like if your raycasts are in like an array or something, and you can tell which one it is, then you can just like make them parallel arrays, and then the index that's returned that raycast is in its array will match the index that the points are in their array. So you would just be say you'd have the index you don't need, meaning, and then just take the other two indexes.
I could also
You know what I
now
mean?
just replace this with a collider if I wanted to too. That might be just as easy.
Yeah, there's a bunch of stuff you could do. Yeah, collider actually might be simpler than a raycast. I'm not sure what's more demanding on a system based level. I went for a run today and I'm fucking exhausted.
Okay,
Running
so
is so hard when you have not run in a while.
I have been, so for the last like 3 or so years, whenever I go to the gym, I always run on the treadmill first, and then I do lifting weights. And like when I just decided to do it the opposite way recently, and it was after I took a long break, and I was like, holy shit, I'm in terrible shape. But I was like, I got worried. Like I was like, I usually don't get this. I've never been seen my cardio decline this much this fast. Like, what's going on here? And then I realized, then I
I just
flipped it back
swapped the
to the
order.
other way, and I was like, wow, actually lifting weights for some reason, like even if you're not doing legs or anything, like even when I did my traps, something that you're not really using hardly at all in running, it just it just gasses me so much to lift weights first.
Yes, tiring. You don't realize how much energy you use. Yeah. I haven't lifted in a pretty long time, but I just want to get back into general running shape. But I do that loop around the house. It's like a 5 mile loop, and it's fucking exhausting. I had to take a lot of breaks.
I stopped running outside because I was around Dingman's. I would run in the woods or something, but like I get like my shins hurt when I run on the road anymore. Like it just feels like I'm being stabbed in the front of my legs.
My my knees can hurt sometimes, but I think it's just from sitting down so much, and a lot of times I'll sit with one leg under like my other leg, like one leg on the ground and the other leg like kind of half Indian styled.
Yeah,
And I think that is bad for your knees.
yeah. I would literally sit Indian style at my computer for a long time. I would just sit on the floor with my monitor in front of me and my keyboard on my lap, Indian style, and it definitely bothered my knees, so I stopped doing it.
Yeah. I just want to, what I need is a footrest for my feet. Something to just put my feet on is what I want. But there's just not a good thing, place to put the feet. I just don't want them to be sitting, because if they're sitting straight down, if they're straight down, then I have to sit too upright.
Get a very small ottoman.
Yeah, that's what I need. I did try taking the ottoman from the chair in the living room, but that it was too big.
Alright, so these vectors are coming from those points. And then subtracting transform of the rune center. That's how those are getting drawn. So actually, why don't I just put them at the end of the outward vector? That should work, right? I don't have to do much.
Alright, I'm gonna eat something and then I will probably jump back on a little later to continue work. I also met with that other kid today to talk about any games that he wanted to program. I was like, I'm still like slightly hesitant to put him on this project, just because I don't know why. I just am a little bit protective of this project. Because I feel really good about it.
Yeah, me too. But also, in the last couple years, I have, ever since I watched these videos from this guy, CJ the X, about like creativity and art and stuff, and it didn't really age well now, but Justin Roiland. Um,
Well,
uh,
he actually was technically cleared of charges. I think his the feds dropped their charges against him for uh, lack of evidence. I think it was so. Theoretically, if we're trying to be, unless evidence comes out, we should take
so
it at the
that
word.
must mean though that like so lack of evidence must mean that the girls who were saying stuff took back their statements or something, right? Because what
I
other
don't
evidence
know.
would there be?
I mean, it could just be circumstantial, and they were just like, with that, hearsay or whatever, right? Not circumstantial, but hearsay. And
Yeah.
then, so it's just hearsay. Then there's really nothing that could be part of it. Like, it's hard to. It's one of those things where, like, okay, like, what's the right opinion to have here? This person was accused of something, but they can't be convicted. Like, people brought a case and they can't be convicted. So, like, unless actual evidence comes out, technically you should give the person the benefit of the doubt. Like, that's the right thing to do.
Yeah, but if the people that are accusing him are still accusing him and they just don't have evidence because it's all, because it's like the rape thing. Like, if you get raped and you don't go right away, you basically don't have proof and it's your word against theirs.
Yeah,
Not that he raped
but then
anyone,
the
but
question is, who do you believe? Like, unless there's evidence that he has done that, it's the guilt not guilty until proven guilty thing,
I understand
basically.
legally, yeah.
But not even that, even in the court of public opinion, like, you wouldn't want someone to be able to, like, a bad person to be able to ruin a good person's reputation just by, I'm not even getting into the semantics of, like, obviously the harassment that you're willing to go through just to come out with an allegation like this is probably enough to deter most people from, even bad actors, from doing it,
Yeah.
from like making up accusations. But in just in terms of, like, how do you approach that situation, unless there's some kind of, even like multiple witness and anecdotal based proof, then at that point you
I didn't read too
have
much into it,
to
but it really surprises me that it was dropped because I was under the impression that both industry-wise people had seen him with young girls a lot, and that there were several young girls.
Oh, well, I don't know what that, maybe this is a different case, but the only case I was aware of was the domestic abuse case.
Oh no, there's another thing. He's like he apparently contacted underage girls and that were like interested in animation and like used his position to like you know try and
Oh,
fuck
I
them.
had never even heard of that. That's especially gross. I
uh,
mean, the other thing was gross too, but uh, that's the thing I was saying, like, without
no, okay,
proof.
that makes more sense of what you're saying now.
Yeah. I mean, the other thing, like, that sounds like you would have records, or and then multiple people saying the same story would be enough to be, take something to court.
I don't know if there's this was I don't know if there's anything like I don't know if he got charged with anything for this, but it was a thing that came out where a bunch of maybe I'm wrong actually. Don't listen to me because I don't really super know the details of the story. Point being, before Justin Roiland was Me Too'd, um, or whatever he was before he fell from grace, um, this guy CJ the X made a video basically about like how to be a good artist you really, really can't be precious with your stuff. Basically, is the whole
Mm.
point of it. Like like you should really just make stuff that's be willing to make stuff that's bad and be willing to make stuff that's going wrong, or you'll never make anything at all. Was sort of the point of the video.
Yeah, I'm not worried about that. I'm more just worried about, like, I'm not even worried about stealing ideas, but, like, I mean, maybe, I guess, to a degree. Like, that is always a fear. Like, I'll have that. Like, obviously, for an interview, I will share the things that we've been making, but, like, there is a hesitation to it of, like, what if that studio says, "Oh, we could do this without him," and also it's a good idea, and, like, also we have
I
all these
think they would need
resources.
the you're talking about sharing all the code, all
Well,
of your
I
code.
mean, they do actually ask for code samples
They
a
do, but
lot of
like
times.
they would need all your code though. I think to have a dark and
Yeah, but
darker like
they
situation.
wouldn't need all of it to replicate enough of it to, like, they wouldn't even need to know. All they would need to know is how I did it, and they could do what I did really quickly. Like, the hard part was figuring out the how, and that's something that they'll ask, obviously. Um, but once the how is figured out, doing it is surprisingly quick and easy. It could be done in an afternoon.
Yeah,
Obviously, I mean, I'm just gonna take that chance anyway, but it is, like, yeah, working with, and I guess that's part of it of, like, okay, so this kid is someone I've worked with a couple times, but I don't know that well. I've worked with on multiple projects and stuff, multiple term projects, probably for altogether like 3 or 4 terms worth of projects, and I like him, but, like, I don't know him well enough to know that he wouldn't, you know, try to take the idea and do something else with it, or and do something similar with it.
I mean, in my head, it's like, even if someone I always think of it this way, in game jams or anything, it's like, even if someone steals the idea, like, honestly, usually I would just be flattered. Like, I'd be like, oh, cool, you thought that was cool. But
I
like,
just want to make something out of it, though. I wouldn't be like,
but like,
it's,
with stealing code and stuff like that, I just think like, they're stealing the tools, but they wouldn't make the same things with the tools that we would make necessarily, right?
maybe, yeah. I mean, with the game jam, it's a little different too because you're putting it out in a public space and like claiming it essentially.
That's true.
Like
Yeah,
that's
but
different.
I just think there's very few game ideas that are so, like, I can only think of one off the top of my head, and it's Baba is You. I would be protective of that, slightly protective of that idea, because it's such a simple idea that anyone could do, and it's such a good fertile puzzle mechanic in a lot of
Mm.
ways. Um, like like, um, it's just, and like in this case, it's a relatively unique thing that it wouldn't be that hard to implement. Actually, for one person, I think it would be decently hard to like. I mean, he could like take your unless he had a whole like another person to work, at least one other person to work with him, right? Then we would be faster than them,
Yeah, yeah. It's
presumably.
yeah. Yeah. Either way, I wound up talking. We wound up coming doing a different thing. I asked him what if he had any ideas, and he had like a general idea about. See, now I'm gonna do the same thing to him. Let's steal it. No, I wasn't super enthralled by the idea originally, but there's some cool stuff to work on. But he wanted to do a thing where we use machine learning to like replicate or to like sort of imitate reinforcement learning, where you're going to be going into like a simulator and fighting sort of a robot combatant, and as you beat it over time, it'll improve and learn to fight you. And his idea was basically that it would be a roguelike. You'd fight this thing until you lost, and then when you lost, you would go and get some sort of upgrade, roguelike upgrades thing, and then go back and fight again. But and I was like, well, that is neat, but then you don't have like a goal, like an end goal, because like you can always beat the robot in the beginning. Oh yeah, then the robot would reset essentially, and you would start over. Um, but like you would always be able to beat the robot in the beginning, and then and then you wouldn't. Then what's the point? It's just it's more of like a at that point it's more like a tech demo. It's cool conceptually that this robot can improve to beat you over time, right? But then you don't really have any goal or anything to do. You're just really playing around with a toy, and at the end then you'll eventually get bored of the toy.
I
So
mean, that's not too different from something like Geometry Wars, though, right? You're setting out each time with knowing that the end of the game is going to be you losing. There's no way to
Yeah,
win
a
it.
little bit, but Geometry Wars is like a score-based game kind of thing, and in this game, like the scoring would be weird because like you are supposed to beat the robot in the beginning. It doesn't know how to fight you,
Well,
and like when
also,
you're
like the amount of time it's going to take to beat you is going to vary wildly, so your scores aren't comparable between
yeah,
runs.
exactly, depending on what you do and what you think. So and like also we won't be able to use true reinforcement learning. We'll have to use something that simulates it because true reinforcement learning takes a long time. Like a lot of it, like no one's gonna play against a robot for 1,000 times in one run.
Right, I was just
You
gonna.
know.
That was the other thing I was gonna say is like it's not gonna learn that fast from it. So it's more like you're doing something like that Echo
We're gonna
game
fake it.
where
Yeah,
like,
yeah. Actually, brought up the Echo game I was like, oh, there's a game kind of like this that does like similar things, but we're gonna wind up faking it basically. It is,
yeah, basically
but
you're gonna have to just watch what the player does, and that's the challenge of it to me is like it eventually just becomes a don't repeat yourself simulator, like and
yeah. So, well, I proposed a different a different loop, a slightly different loop, where the goal of the game is actually you are like the robot's trainer, and you are training it to beat bosses that are hardwired, hard programmed. So like you go in and you train your robot to fight. Like let's say there's a guy that has that uses only swords, so you're gonna go in there with a sword and train your robot, essentially beat the crap out of your robot with a sword enough until it realizes how to fight you back with you with a sword, right? So then once your robot beats you, it'll go off and try to fight that boss, and it'll be pretty much an auto player. The robot will just play against the boss instead of you, and you're just gonna watch it happen. And then the goal is just to go across and fight these different bosses and teach your robot to beat them.
So can you also that works after the first time you've seen it fight the boss, but what are you like I guess what are you doing differently other than equipment, choosing your equipment or whatever?
Well, so like you could different like you could try to replicate the boss's tactics, right?
So
So once you see the boss, so you'd be watching the boss fight and saying, "Oh, this boss uses a lot of jump kicks, so I'm gonna do a ton of jump kicks at this robot, and essentially until it learns to defend against jump kicks." Or like another thing I had mentioned is like also like maybe we don't always do direct control, but maybe like one boss is a lot is it has to like you have to teach him the robot to handle AoE. So like you throw like three like you hard program or you hard program some wolf AI to go fight your robot, and your robot learns to fight multiple wolves at the same time. Something like that.
that's kind of neat.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
not super enthralled by the idea in general, but there's enough stuff there to
I think
do
to
something
to make
cool.
it to make it feasible, all the like you just have to make a fighting controller that all of the bosses abide by and you abide by, and then like yeah, just like do just like have all the bosses essentially use the same potential move set, right?
Yeah, exactly. Or have access to these move sets, or maybe that's some of the roguelike aspect is you get access to new move sets or abilities that mimic the bosses over time, and that's how you
The idea
can
of
sort of.
programming something to go through a roguelike run though is really interesting to me.
Yeah, it's a weird thing. Like it's yeah, there are some aspects of it that are cool and would be fun to do. It's not like the core loop of the game isn't something that I would normally come up with. Um,
Honestly,
but
the
the
way I would do it if I was making this game is I would just abstract it out away from you fighting or it fighting, and
I don't.
I would just make it like a
Yeah.
literal programmed robot, not even fighting a boss, just going through a dungeon. Do this when you see that, like, a
I
lo-
actually agree that that would be more interesting to me, but he seemed to be big. He doesn't even like fighting games, I guess. I asked him what kind of games he was into, and he didn't. His games were like Noita and what other game? Some other game he had mentioned. I forget what it was. He said he likes simulator games and stuff like that, but he really wants to use machine learning in games because he wants a job with machine learning in general. Um, But like, so like, I don't know why the fighting angle is. I'm not fully sure why the fighting angle is so much in there. But I also don't like to shit on anyone's ideas. So I was very much like, yeah. I mean, like, I tried to push him towards a more interesting game loop with the idea of like, okay, so maybe in my mind, it's more interesting if you're training the robot to go out and fight something else, and that's what you're doing. Because the original loop without that just didn't seem as fun to me. It seemed more tech toy versus fun game.
yeah.
Um, and but I've tried to like essentially walk the line of yeah, like let's try everything, and then just play around with things and make things that are fun, and then see what's fun to do. And then we'll iterate on the things that are fun, and maybe we'll wind up with the same exact game that we planned, or we'll wind up with a completely different game. Um, but we'll see. Either way, it'll be a good experience, and we're gonna do it in Unreal Engine, so I'll get C++ experience.
could do the fighting like that. Your only move is hustle game, turn-based
Yeah.
fighting.
Yeah, that game sounds neat. But yeah, if it, like, I agree. If it were my choice and I were building a game in this general structure, it would be, yeah, you are programming it, and like maybe the roguelike aspect of it is the unlock aspect is that you get different subroutines for your program over time. Like you're unlocking different subroutines or like upgrading those over time or something like that. Um, yeah. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it'll wind up being fun to play around and beat the crap out
I
of
mean,
a
even if it's a tech
defenseless
toy,
robot.
if you're just making it to have something to show on your resume for if you're if you're trying to get a programming job, that might be more impressive than a you know than a game, right? Like,
Yeah, I mean, the only downside is that's not very good game design, or like not. I wouldn't say not good, but it's from my immediate, naive perspective. It doesn't seem like it's the most interesting game design, and I wouldn't mind a game design job either. Um, Actually, the position I've applied to so far is just a game design job. Because it's the only job that only requires C#.
yeah, I mean, it's you will make slightly less as a designer than a coder, but
It was still like $100,000 a year.
yeah, I mean, they make a lot of money.
Yeah.
Both roles probably make a lot of money.
But yeah, I don't care. I'll take any job, honestly. Give me $50,000 a year and I'll be fine, happy with that. I just want to work in games
I was
and
thinking if I put in for that fellowship thing and I could never take it because I'd lose my health insurance and we couldn't afford this place and my kids would have to change schools. I could never do it unless they worked with me so that I didn't have to quit my job um, for a year to do it because like
yeah.
uh, but
What game did you send in?
One Frog, based on the previous fellowship winners, and they're all like box pushing logic games, like programmer, like the kind of thing that I'm talking about, where like you just program a thing to go through a thing, or like a box pushing
Mm,
thing. So I did One Frog's Very Bad Automobile Malfunction, because it is literally a game about changing the conditionals in an if statement to have so it's like you're a frog and you can and at the top and your car is broken and you're a frog in a little car and you have to get to a flag and if you at the top it says like if blank is greater than blank move left, if blank is greater than blank move right, and then you get a certain amount of dice in the top right side of the screen and you can slot them in to make those conditionals true or false, and that he'll start doing only that move, and then if you take it out it pauses the game. And then you can
mm,
also split the dice into, so you could split a 6 to a 2 and a 3, a 3 and a 3, a 5 to a 2 and a 3, and so on and so on. So it's about using the dice you have and slotting them in at the right positions at the right times to allow you to go through the level.
that's neat.
Jeff hated it. I thought it is my favorite puzzle game I've made though. It just everything came together. So I started with only like a day left in the game jam, and I finished it on I finished. I was late, and I
Mm,
updated my thing after the thing, but I finished it in like a day and a half, and it's just like it came together so well and so fast, and like I wasn't even gonna do the game jam, and then I had the idea, and I was like, I have to do that. So it's like a little bit of the Baba Is You thing, where I'm like, that's just such a good, easy idea for a game.
yeah.
Just called me.
Oh.
But what I was saying, or hold on, let me talk to him first. What's up? That's okay. Mommy asked me before she left.
McDonald's. She's changed her mind and said Wendy's. So I didn't know if Wendy's would work your in.
No, I'm good. Thank you, though. Yeah, when you get home. Alright. But if on some way outside chance they, because I'm sure there's way more talented people than me who put in for it, but if they do pick me, I'm basically gonna say my first strategy is gonna be like, is there any way I can do this and keep my job? And if they're like, no, you're expected to work on this full time, which is basically what it says on their thing, you're expected to put in a 40-hour work week every week on it, which I couldn't do without
Yeah,
ignoring
so
my kids entirely.
what is this? What is the stipend that you get?
40 grand.
That is like a lot of time to put into that's for a job that doesn't have benefits, and
Yeah,
you know,
yeah, exactly.
40
So,
grand is not enough money to live for most people.
but I thought that if they are like no on that, I'll be like, well, and I guess I'm asking you about this now. I thought I'd be like, well, my brother just graduated from school, and if you don't find your dream job right away, would you want to take the fellowship for me? And I'd basically be like, he worked with me on a lot of these games, which is true. Some of the puzzle games in there you did work on me with, and we could just like do it together basically, and I would just do it some of the
Yeah,
time
I'd be down for
if you're
that,
if you're
obviously. Yeah, definitely. Why not? But I feel like that'd be a lot, or that I feel like they would, at that point would be like, let's just go with the second
probably
place.
probably I would
But
say
yeah,
I would
wouldn't
say
be.
that I'd be like, I
Yeah.
totally understand if you want to go with someone else. I knew I knew I probably couldn't take it when I put in for it, but I couldn't pass up the opportunity because I thought I had some pretty good ones in there. They asked you for a video too, so I showed a
Mm.
video of a different puzzle game that I did too. But yeah, it would be. It's a shame that I didn't. I just everything I do in life, I'm just like a little bit too late to the party. Like I wish I learned music in high school so that I could have been playing music and stuff when I had the freedom and stuff in college. I wish I discovered I was into game design earlier so that before I had kids, so that I could take something like that if it came up.
Or
But
yeah, go to school for it or something.
yeah.
Yeah, I had that feeling because in my grad program I asked how many, from the one group I asked how many people had undergrads in computer science, and they all did, and I was like, oh God, I feel so behind.
Yeah.
But
I mean, you're pretty much
yeah,
caught up now, though. You're only like 4 years behind or something where you normally would be, or 3.
yeah, and I also a lot of the kids in those grad programs fucking suck at programming.
That's what
Like,
I don't want to. I would never say this to them, but when I saw some of the previous grant winners, I'm like, maybe I could win this. Like,
a lot of the bar is so low for some stuff, but yeah, maybe like if the bar is as low for like stuff like that as it is for like just general college performance.
I do think it is like it is the same thing with game design now and computer science and STEM and just going to college in general is like every the in game design it's just that the tools are so much more readily available and everyone likes them, and in college it's just like an expected thing now, so it's I don't think the bar is super low. Like there's still just as many super talented people out there to compete with, but you also have just a million people just a lot of people doing it. Like it's just a big pool.
Hmm.
What? Talking to Arky.
Alright, I'm gonna jump off and eat anyway.
Yeah, but apparently. You break one, you're black and you fall off.
Oh God. I would just keep the worries. Nico!
Hey, I'll be back in a bit.
Alrighty.
computers in their homes and what in the world they do with them. We found an amazing group of people consumed by what can only be called terminal.
I think the method that I was planning to use for the line thing isn't going to work now that I have like looked at it a little bit more. A lot of planning goes into it, not as much programming as you might think actually. A lot of it is just thinking. I don't make like a flowchart, but this is just purely theory crafting kind of thing. So like, I'll share what I'm thinking.
Why won't it work? Also, is Dave actually here?
No, I don't think so. So this is how I think it needs to be done. But like, if I do it the way I'm doing currently, Like imagine a point, a point here, right, that has these vertex points.
So ultimately, are you going to end up just doing the circles first and then finding the width of them at a certain angle between the two?
I'll show you in a second, but
Is that
but first let's look at the. So like this is the. I'll show you. This is the problem example of like, okay, I have this here, and we'll do red, green, blue, yellow. Oh, this looks terrible, but you get the idea. Imagine that's the center. Um, and if I do like red's the closest, red's no matter what going to be attached. And if I do it the method I was thinking of, we're gonna wind up having lines that look effectively like this, where this connects to this, and this connects to this, and that doesn't look good. Say you have your circle corners done. Yeah, that looks. I'd like to do this thinner. Um, but yeah, right, like that's going to be the two lines that get picked. So ideally, really in this situation, you want this. Something like that.
yeah?
And ignore these two. And the only way to do that is actually to do it like this, where you're doing circles with some number of cap points on the end, and then what you do is you take the difference here, get this vector between the 2 points, because you know the point locations. Then you can just find the point on the side here that is, I guess this red actually would probably go even a little
Just
further
go out
down to
from
like here.
the not the diameter, but like whatever the
Just
line
find
is
the
from the
perpendicular
center.
angle between the
Yeah.
two, right? And then there's a line that goes across like this, and then take that same vector and copy it up. And then that gets you your endpoints over here. Connect those two, and then do a half fan around them.
Yeah, that seems a lot more uh intuitively that like I think that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, it'll be more challenging to implement, but I think in the end, like it is just like this. So this vector is super easy to get, right? This one between the points. The hardest part will be like finding the right point over here, because it's going to be a fan. It's not actually going to be a circle. It'll be a fan of some number of points that ideally will be that I could change at will, right? So the question will be, how many endpoints do I want to give it? How many circle fan points do I want to give it?
That also
And then
gives
finding the
you
exact right circle fan point may not be the exact mathematical point, right? So it's just going to be finding those 2 points will be the biggest challenge.
the option to like when the player first starts drawing to make the like you could more easily make the line a little bit thinner by just making the fan
Radius shorter.
radius a little smaller, yeah.
Yeah.
And also you could do a real simple version of this too, where like where you don't even do the circles, right? You don't even do the full fan. You just get the angle, and like it'll look a little bit ugly and like boxy, right? It won't,
Well,
but like
this is what I had. This is basically what I had before when I like, or a similar idea to what I was doing before. But like before, I would define a box like this, and that would go. And then when I would draw 2 points, what I would wind up doing is defining a box like this. And that's why, well, something like that, right? And that's why this one would go away for a second. Um, or it would look like this one disappeared.
gotcha.
So the concept is similar to what I've already done, but the hard part is now having some random number, now having some defined number of points across this circle at this end cap sort of thing. How do I make it so I pick the right point on the outside easily? How do I easily do that for some n number of points, for an arbitrary number of points?
I mean,
And then
once you
then
know.
ideally I'd also cull all the other points inside here that don't need to be drawn anymore too.
I mean, once you know that vector, right, you just need half of the diameter, right, and to go at a
Yeah, but
perpendicular
like what
angle.
I have the vector, right? And then I need to just find the point on this that would be defined as the tangent for this line, right? So like the point on that circle that would own that for this line that this line would only hit once and never hit the circle again, right? So it's defined mathematically as the tangent to the circle. I'm sure there's a formula for that. I'll just have to go look it up. But it's just
I think I
but
literally just watched a fucking video about literally this. Let me see if I can find it.
But the problem I'm saying is it's not that point, that tangent may be a mathematical point that doesn't actually exist because of the way I do the fan. You know what I mean?
I don't.
It won't necessarily exactly line up with a point in my array, in my list. Also, like trying to think about how to do these in a list in a way that is efficient is the other challenge. But like basically, like the perfect point here might actually be right here on the circle, but my points are defined at these two lines.
Right, so I'm saying, can't you just go from the center of the circle without even getting into like the math of tangents and all that? Is that trigonometry or is that
This is trig, I believe.
uh yeah, trig triangles, right? The like couldn't you just so you know the angle between those 2 points if you're just thinking about the white points, right? You just have the two white points or the two
Yeah,
single white
I know
points.
I know essentially I have a vector that defines both the angle and the length and the magnitude essentially that I want to achieve to reach the other point. So
Right.
I have both the angle and the magnitude. And then basically I guess what I would do is I guess I could take a cross of that vector or like rotate this vector 90 degrees.
Exactly. And then
Yeah.
go out
I think that's
half
actually
of
what I
your.
do. I literally actually if I look at my other code, my old code, that is what I do. I have a 90-degree rotation.
Yeah, so yeah, and then you just go out in that direction,
Then I
the
just do that and
half the
that. But then
diameter.
again, that's what I'm still saying is at this point right here. Let's say this is 90 degrees, perfect 90 degrees, right here in the middle, right? This point doesn't exist technically. Let's say it's halfway between these 2 points. So I would need to pick one, and that could look a little weird. Or I would need to
Do you
create
have to
it and
pick
then
one,
recalculate
or
the circle.
can you just define a new point for that?
I could, but then that's a little messy. Like a little. Then I have this one point that then you could have something that looks like this, right? Like, it would look something like this. Here's and then the connector. It could theoretically wind up looking like this. Very penis shaped, but you know what I mean? Because that point's not actually defined on there, and there's only so much resolution in this square. Like, let's say I made the circle, the end cap points only 3 or 2 points, something like this, right? Then you would wind up having a line. Then, like, if it
Oh, I
comes
get
out
what
to
you're saying. You need a
here,
lot. Well, just use a lot of triangles, right?
I
Just
could, yeah. In my ideal world, I would let people scale this to be perfectly flat or essentially, and I would like it to work for all of those. Um,
like
but so like another option there then would just be to take these points and then just recalculate the fan.
like you were saying before about how like if you do something as long as it's scalable and doesn't that doesn't increase the complexity massively with the scaling. Like
Yeah,
I'm
that
not
should
sure.
this should still be technically constant time, which is good. Um, but this is just a this would just annoy me personally if I wanted to like dynamically if I wanted to let people do these really blocky things I wouldn't be able to just because of how I'm implementing it. Like it's not the ideal solution. And I'd like it to be the ideal solution.
The
So
first, I
really
mean, like the first thing I would try, honestly, is just seeing how many fucking triangles you can get away with to the point where it's like not even recognizable that they're triangles anymore. Like they just look like straight up
yeah,
lines.
that would look the nicest. But what if we want to make it blocky for some reason?
I mean, you could just have that be a variable that they can change, and then I see what you're saying. If someone wants to bring that variable down, you still want the chunks to look
Right.
nice.
So then it's really just about recalculating these end caps, like connecting these 2 points, and then getting rid of this line right here. You know, the getting rid of the orange line. So removing any the indices that define those triangles.
I think also that might end up being a function of like the like you can only have like there may I'm not a mathematician, but I feel like that might end up working out just intuitively. It might end up working out where you could do it like you. Well, it's hard to say actually because there's so many angles they could draw the next
They can
point
literally
from.
draw it in a 360 circle, right? So they could hit any angle. They'll undoubtedly hit an angle where it doesn't actually perfectly align.
What if you just
So
rotate
two approaches.
So what if you just rotate where the triangles are meeting up depending on what that point is? Do you know what I mean? So that it's always at a corner, because really you're talking about like something like a hexagon or a pentagon, right? And to make sure that point's always within it, right? You just define the rotation of where you're drawing those lines out from by that point. Do you know what I mean?
We could rotation. That makes me have to do matrix math, which is
Yeah,
possible.
exactly.
It
Like
actually is
that.
pretty
That's what
fast.
I think. The answer to that is like you're gonna have to.
You could rotate it to do it. So there are probably a couple of answers. You know, the one you set up here, which is just do it, and it might look fine if you have enough points. So who cares? There's the possibility of just doing it and then recalculating the fan based on the new point. Like take the first new point and then recalculate the fan around um, using that segment length. Or there's the rotation way of like, okay, just rotating it so that some point aligns, the closest point aligns with that, and then um, all the other points will naturally align. And there is like a classical rotation matrix that you can do that with, and it is pretty fast because it's matrix math. And matrix math is pretty fast, but it would just be slightly, it
For a
would be slightly
computer, you
more
mean?
complicated.
Like.
Yeah, like, well, matrix, you know, so there's literally matrices for the 3D rotation matrix. Uh, these guys. So your theta is your rate is in radians, not in
I definitely just watched a video about literally just
Oh, I
this.
guess
Does
it
that
is in degrees. I always thought it was in radians. Maybe I'm misremembering. I guess I could check the other way. I did. I had a class on this a couple of terms ago, and I don't fully remember. But I thought that this was in radians, not degrees. Either way, I'd mess around with it until I found the right thing. But so it would just rotate. You rotate each component by each of these matrices, or multiply each component by each of these matrices, and then that does the rotation for you.
Are these I don't know anything about matrix math. Is this something that might just have a math dot something function in Unity?
Yeah, it probably does. There's probably matrix math. Basically, like for a matrix math, you would just do like it's the sum of the multiplication of the rows and columns or whatever. So like so it's you would take 0, -1, 0, multiply it by 1, 0, 0, and then the sum of that. So that's why you get 0 there. Then you would take 1, 0, 0, multiply it by 1, 0, 0, and sum it, and that's why you get 1 here. Then you get 0, 0, 1 times 1, 0, 0, and then sum it, and that's why you get 0, 0 there. And like the idea is matrix math can be parallelized across like a CPU and a GPU, and that's why it's super fast to do. So that's why it's beneficial to put things in matrices like this. You could also do this, you know, like procedurally, but it's just faster to do it in this matrix form.
Gotcha.
I guess this is a singular rotation matrix with all of them. It's a lot more intimidating looking.
Yeah, matrix math is intimidating looking.
It's actually not bad. I do it for. I've been doing it for a lot of my classes. So once you get used to it,
It's probably not
not
that
bad
bad,
at
but it
all.
seems tedious if you have to go through it and do that stuff yourself to figure anything out. Although I guess you just make your code do it, right?
Yeah, the code does it for you, but like, and then there are exams I've had to take where you do the matrix math by hand, but they usually pick numbers that are easy to do in your head.
So portals are an awesome thing to do, and I have previously done one.
Sorry, I meant to type in 3D rotation matrix there, but I typed in 2D, but it doesn't matter.
I
I
never
guess
did one with
conceptually it's the
portals
same
graph.
thing anyway.
So that's exactly what we are going to see
But yeah,
today.
so that would be
We are in fact
a possibility. But really, like, one thing I would need to do is figure out which, you know,
and as you can see, I made a few
I would need to figure out which point is closest and the rotation that would achieve,
this is the one I'm going to show.
like the angle that I need to rotate it at to achieve that.
My Patreon page.
Which
And I'll
that
have a link
math
in the
might be a little
description
more
in case
complicated.
you want.
What's really hard for matrix math is figuring out, like, say you have a process, how do you turn it into matrix algebra if it's not, there's not already examples. I can't do that. I can just take matrix math examples and use them, but I can't like give me a function
Yeah,
and
but a
say I
lot of
want to
the time,
parallelize this.
I mean, like, unless you're trying to do, there probably is someone who's had this exact
Already
problem
done it,
before,
yeah.
right?
Yeah, I mean, well, this one is just rotation, so yeah, there is. It's like that already exists. But yeah, 90% of the time, there's probably smarter people out there that have already done a lot of this stuff. But yeah, so I would just need to figure out what the angle between that I would need to rotate at actually is, which I can do. It's just but I have an approach now, at least an improved approach. I think will be it. And then once I have this in, that's like 90% of the line renderer. Like that's most of it. After that, it's really just about, like, I guess handling the normal discrepancies that can occur in the game because of weird meshes. And I think I'll just handle that by averaging them across the points.
Here's a question that seems like kind of a nothing question, but I want to fix it now because it's an easy fix and I'll forget about it. So right now with the duplicate rune, you know, if you're holding something, it can still be duplicated, and I'm gonna fix that one of two ways. Either you can't be holding it, yeah, like you have to drop it before it has to be on the ground before it duplicates, or you know, it just right now it actually does make the item drop, so it's not like just floating in space when it comes back. But I still do need to fix like the player animation because like it's communicated, like it's the rune's communicating with the item it's duplicating and saying, hey, you're not being held anymore. But I don't have an easy way to get a reference to the player to say, hey, you're not holding anything anymore. So
Sorry, so you're trying to duplicate something that's in someone's hand.
yeah, so I guess the real question is just like I can figure out a way either way. Although getting the reference to the player thing might be a little weird. I could think of a couple ways to do it though. But like is there a reason why we might want to have is there ever a reason we might want to have the player holding something that he wants to duplicate? Is there any good puzzles of where like you've drawn this thing on the lip of a cliff and now you have to go under, you know, onto a little lip below that and hold this thing above your head to have it duplicated because that's the only place you can draw the rune type thing.
Not that I can think of. Like that could feel finicky in a way that I feel like why bother?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think it's probably if because it's easier, I think it's probably easier just and it kind of is. I think goes in hand with a slightly improved design. I think it makes sense just to have it only work on things that fall inside the rune.
That's fine by me.
I'm thinking that we should do hitboxes though instead of raycasts for the.
I mean, you were right about the debug draws though. I drew like 12 of them and I saw no frame rate drop before.
Yeah, it was at math.infinity because I realized what we were doing is every cycle of the game we were making a new ray. So you probably were making millions, if not billions, of rays.
The weird thing though is like if I drew one or two, then you would expect it to just be a time-based thing, right?
Well, probably, but if you drew as you draw more, so there are 3 rays per thing, right? So you're
Yeah.
doing it's 3. Is it 3 times? Oh God, there's a thing for this. It's how many? So every second you're making 3 times n, I guess. N being the number of runes you've drawn. Thing. So it's linearly expands, I think. Yeah, because you're not duplicating. So it's literally just 3 times n things. So, maybe 1 isn't so bad, but as you draw 2 or 3 or 4, then all of a sudden you're making it's 1 million of in a minute versus 5 million in a minute.
Is there any reason other than the frame rate drops to switch to the collision
I was just
collider
thinking
based
it would
thing?
be more intuitive when you place it exactly on the corner, like just so that you don't, when you draw it, you don't accidentally duplicate something you weren't intending to duplicate.
It is a
Like
little
you,
finicky now. I thought I would just
yeah.
fix that with a couple more a couple more raycasts, like because right now it's just it's fine with most things, but with small things like the cherry, it's not pretty precise. It's pretty it's I can do it most of the time without even looking at the scene view in the editor just by looking at the game. But there's
The only
sometimes
downside of doing it without the raycast is that you would require a rigid body with the collision box. So like you couldn't duplicate the house,
yeah.
which might be a bummer.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine. I'm fine leaving it as the other thing about I know this will get fixed eventually, but we do have the issue right now, and I do want to get in the next like 6 months. I want like a playable demo of this that Mike and all of them can try,
Try out, yeah.
and just in thinking of it in that scope, like um there is the issue right now of like the things that create um when the runes are created, I can draw on their invisible collider right now.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and so I had been avoiding using colliders for that reason initially.
For the duplicate rune, I feel like I have an idea for a shader that would be probably hard to do, but maybe I could do it and it could be interesting. But it would be something like, stream again. But where is my whole thing here?
We're in Discord, Dave. Just as I have a
But
puzzle
a
idea. For
cool shader for the duplicate rune would be like, okay, so you have the house here. Right? Um, and then there's the rune drawn on the ground here, and it hits it or whatever. Then it'd be cool to have to like do almost like a dithering effect on this, and like a based on a distance from the thing, and have these slowly turn into like dots then basically dissolve it, and then these dots fly into this.
Ooh, that would be awesome.
So it would be something like, like that would be starting to go, and then there'd be dots flying into your, uh, into your rune, into like the center of the rune here, and then just slowly dissolve it over time. I think it's doable. It would probably take a lot
And then they
of
flow
fucking
out
around.
into the
They would
new
flow into
things.
this point here. So there would be like a target point I would feed to my shader. And then based on the distance, some distance from it that goes up with time, I would basically turn these into circles, like a dithering circle effect, and then move these circles towards this.
I'm saying though, for the creation of the duplicates, would it be easy enough to get those same things to flow out of the
Yeah,
thing
theoretically, yeah,
to?
it should be fine. It would just be the same shader in reverse order. Like if there's a time variable that is basically effectively like you can imagine as a spatial thing going this way, right? You just start the spatial thing over here and go this way. And then
That would be awesome if you could make a
this
shader
stuff
like
flies
that. That
here.
seems way beyond my shader abilities.
I know some of the concepts I would need to do it. I don't know necessarily the thing I would need to get the circles, like make a dither. I think that's all I really don't know how to do. Is to make circles in world that like stay in world and you move around. Like I don't think that's too hard because I think projection matrices and stuff like that are already handled for you in Unity and easy to access. So it would really just be about figuring out just how to turn like average the colors here and then turn those colors into a circle. But I'll see what I can figure out. I would like to get off this fucking line render and start working on shading and stuff. But I'd want to at least get the line renderer working, a version of the line renderer working so that so before I move off of it. So I think I have a good approach for it now, one that will definitely work. I just have to implement it, which I'll try to do tomorrow.
Dave says, I have a puzzle idea for the game. You need to revive a dead guy to get him to do something only the dead guy knew how to do, or something like that. So what you have to do is plant a seed on his grave and then use magic to grow the seed into a tree, which pulls his skeleton up with it. Then use the animate rune on the skeleton so the skeleton walks around and does whatever the goal of the
That'd be
puzzle step
cool.
is. That is cool.
That would be neat. Yeah, we didn't specify whether grow is just
I was
like a
thinking this is
grow
not.
or an age.
Well,
Like
we had one, we had stasis and accelerate, right? That was a different, because the opposite of the
yeah,
stasis
you're
was
right.
the,
Stasis would be accelerate. The opposite of we haven't really talked about what accelerate would do to you. I guess it would just age you and kill you. That would be a game over state.
yes, yeah.
But and stasis would effectively be we could do one of two approaches, which the second approach would be cool but hard to do. We could make it a game over because you get caught in the stasis, or we could make it like we could somehow simulate time passing on the island, and like the rune eventually just broke down over time because of it just washed off or something after so many rains.
I was thinking also
Like
about
maybe you
like
just always wake up in rain.
runes after they are activated and used are like,
Oh my god! Sorry, hold on. Just I'm following a trail here and I don't want to lose it.
okay.
So that could be a roundabout way actually of getting the play. If we make rain a thing, that could be a round of like weather and shit be a thing. That could be a really roundabout way of making weather effects. Or getting to a rain state. Like, oh, I need a rain to solve this puzzle. I'll just stasis myself until it fucking rains.
Yeah, I'd be down for that.
But the caveat there being we have to make it so that if you are that if you're inside a building or undercover or something, then stasis ends your game. If you're outside, stasis essentially effectively makes you wake up when the rain is here.
Yeah, I like that a lot. I've been trying to figure out good ways to work weather into stuff too, other than just like, oh, you draw a rune and it rains.
Let's just make another Trello board.
We should. I have a whole thing, whole file of general ideas. I don't have that many specific puzzle ideas yet, maybe like 3 or 4.
I'm just gonna put this idea in the text chat so I don't forget it.
Okay, well, I'll just put that right in my notes file actually. So it just goes, that would be the idea too. You should also throw your wind idea in there too. I guess actually that is in there already.
It is technically in there, yeah, it's with the pictures. Yeah, that feels like some witness ass shit, the wind one.
It's so annoying that I can't fucking copy multiple texts at once. Well, let me put a picture in here.
I wonder if for like for the wind thing, if it should just be like that's why it's snowing there. It's just the wind blows in that formation and it like
Yeah.
slows things down. So everything is slower there too. You walk slower, you jump slow. It's like a moon jump. I guess not a moon jump, but you just jump slower.
Okay. All your ideas in the file. In my file. We should make a Trello board or something though.
I'll make one tonight or something, or maybe tomorrow morning. I'll try to make it tonight. Fucking so exhausted from that run though. It really tired me out.
So if you do try get component from
Mm.
something and we don't get anything
It
back,
doesn't fail at, or it doesn't do an error, which usually would happen. But
what?
I think it comes back as null. So you'd have to do a null check for right after it if you're looking to do something.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to go watch some TV with Sammy real quick. But I've got all the theory now figured out for this stupid fucking line render. I will try to implement it tomorrow over the course of what would normally be a work day.
Right
I also
on.
gotta start working on Unreal with the other project for that with the other kid I'm working with. But I'll do that later in the week. But I might be back on tonight. I'll see how tired I am after this, but
I'm
I've been
probably not
making
gonna be on
good.
for much longer. I might play a few rounds of Hunt and then go to bed. I was up very late and I was up very early also.
Yeah, I hate that feeling. Hate when you're just behind on sleep and you can't catch up. Alright, I will be around though throughout the week. Just let me know if you guys want to do anything. I also have a laptop coming for programming on the road trip, so I'll be able to do that too.
Right on.
Alright. Later.
Later. At least in the case of that one trap rune witness thing we were talking about. We need to think about what the rune you think it is looks like versus the rune that it actually is. There should be a thing where your clone tricks you by getting you to draw a rune shape you know, but when you look at it from another angle, it becomes another rune shape that traps you. Much like the witness mentioned this on one of the streams in March. Alright.